I am so sorry. I forgot I had the music on. Thank you for saying something. I appreciate it. If you missed it, there is, I don't want you to leave, but there is a link in the description of a video that I watched last night that um, gives some amazing information on Van Gogh, his materials. I I don't remember it being one that gave biographical information, but it gave information about how he worked and whatnot. Thank you for saying something about the music. I may chop that first part off of this live once it gets uploaded. If I do, these brown marks are burnt umber mixed with mineral spirits, and I have just loosely marked things in. My palette is nothing real surprising. There's titanium white, raw sienna, vermilion, what else? Cobalt and ultramarine blue. Let's see where I am here. Okay, that one's that one. Isn't it? I love the colors on it. I love the peachy and the, yeah. It is called oleander, I believe. I've also seen it referred to as just flowers in a vase. I'm just blocking in the colors right now. I'm not trying to get anything exact because I can change my mind about some things. This is a study. It's not a copy. I'm going to try and use the same color mixes, possibly as close as I can get to get what he has here. But it's not going to be exactly like it. You know what it reminds me of the apple blossoms? Somebody feel free to correct me. Peach blossoms with the blue background. That one, that one, that one. Okay. I'm just trying to get these flowers in the proximity of where they belong. I'm reading your comments about protest to YouTube age verify it using profile pics watch patterns, also to harken back to the time of the internet before AI and invasive practices. It's crazy. It's yeah. I don't know how I feel about the age verification. What is it because they'll have more data on us? Is that what people are worried about. I haven't been following it as closely as I probably should have. I would assume that's why they're... I guess haven't been worried about it because I feel like they have all of our information anyway. But I respect those that are standing up to it. And if if there's something I don't know about it, by all means, let me know. I'm looking here because I got that wrong. That handle is, yeah, it's not there. I can remember, I'm old enough to remember when on the internet you gave your age, sex, and location. That was like a standard. You put ASL in the... And I would swear they listen to us, because how many times have we said something to our spouse or somebody else in the room, or you're talking on your phone about something and then it comes up on your TV or you start getting ads for it? I'm reading your comment. We have government. Yeah, it's that. Yeah, I know. There's some. Today is the 11th of April or of August in 25, and today there are um, some things going on in DC that I was wanting to follow concerning the National Guard. That was concerning. There's been a lot of things that's concerning. I definitely have views on all of it, and those that have come here, I'm sure they know what they are. I don't make, it's not a secret. I think if you run a YouTube channel, depending upon the YouTube channel that you run, of course, I mean, if you're doing like children's programming or something, of course, even Mr. Rogers stood up, right? But I think that you've got to say something one way or the other. I know mine's just a small channel. Mine's not a... I really think being quiet is giving the oppressor power. And I don't have... There's some channels, I won't name any, that I have lost respect for because they haven't said, hey, this is not right. They chose to just keep going their merry way and never say anything. Me getting on my soapbox is not going to make anybody do it on their channel. It's weird times we live in. This is a very thin, it's very transparent. I have actually had concerns because I'm very vocal about it. I am I have blonde hair and blue eyes, and um, I still, I think I got off whack here. Let's see. Let's get some of that dark green in there. Maybe that'll. Ah, interesting. My husband says because I'm of my heritage and my, well, let's just say it, my genetic makeup, I would not be one of the first. I would not be on, but I'm older, you know, I'm older and I'll openly admit I struggle with some mental health, and that's, those people are going to be on their list, are showing up on their radar. I mean, aside from the fact of what they're doing in general is just, of kidnapping people is wrong. But Vincent van Gogh was, notice how I segued there. He was a, oh, I just heard like an echo. I have some notes here on Van Gogh. Mr. Van Gogh. Just very basic stuff that is probably common knowledge at this point if you've had any art history. He was a Dutch post-impressionist painter whose bold colors, expressive brushwork, and emotional intensity shaped modern art. He was born in Zundert, Zundert, Netherlands, on March 30th, 1853. I know somebody who has a birthday on March 30th. Let's see. He worked briefly as an art dealer and teacher before deciding to paint full-time in his late 20s. And if I remember correctly, he wanted to be a preacher. He wanted to be a minister or a, but he for one reason or another did not follow that path. I'm still just kind of blocking in here. This is not. He produced over 2,000 artworks, including about 860 oil paintings. His career as a painter lasted only about a decade. He painted directly from life, capturing landscapes, portraits, and still life with thick, energetic brushstrokes and vivid colors. Yeah, I got that one off there. That needs to go. Need to bump that back there. He struggled with poverty and mental illness, creating some of his most famous works during his days in the south of France, including Sunflowers, The Bedroom, and The Starry Night. Despite his prolific output, he sold very few paintings in his lifetime. On July 29th, 1890, at the age of 37, Van Gogh died from a gunshot wound widely believed to have been self-inflicted. Yeah, there's a lot of theories on that. That's a rabbit hole you could very easily go down on. Online if you're looking for something you can't sleep. Today he's celebrated as one of the most influential artists in history, with his work fetching record prices and inspiring countless artists worldwide. That was just the basic bio that I had there. And again, there is a couple of links in the description. One, I really recommend. The second one, I just put it in there this morning because it's got some really good info. It's like a lecture, and they refused to call him Van Gogh because they couldn't pronounce the Gogh correctly, so they just called him Vincent through the whole thing, or however you pronounce it. So if I mispronounced it, please forgive me. It was not intentional. Oh, hush now. My phone's chiming at me. Starry Night has a brutal bit of trivia about it. If you look at lights while you have tears in your eyes, they create an aura very much like that. That's sad. Didn't he produce a lot of his work too while he was in the hospital? Wasn't that, I know, the Cypress paintings? Weren't those done while he was hospitalized? Klimt, O'Keeffe, Banksy. Did you see the new one by Banksy? I think it was new. I don't think I was watching an old video because I hadn't seen it before. But he did it on like somebody's back, in somebody's backyard. Was that a new one then? I'm not. I'm not totally. Okay. Yeah, I saw the video and I had not seen it before. And they were talking like it was new. But I don't know if it was, you know how it is when you watch videos on YouTube. But it was in somebody's yard, and it was like they had, was it a dead tree? And he painted the leaf parts of it he thought at first his property had been vandalized, and then he realized what had happened. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this to it's a year old. Okay. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. I'm going to change brushes and use a thin one to just sort of draw, because these lines and all these leaves are confusing me. And he's got like a black or a dark brown outline on them, and I think it will help me figure out what I'm looking at. So remember, it's a study, not a copy. There's that. Just got like the swoopy lines through there. The edge of that. Last week I used a lot of white, and when I went to turn the page, it was still too wet to turn. So come on, baby. That's a dark. That's a dark green, but I made it. And that swoops down. That comes over. That swoops up. Last week was Janet Fish, and it was a image she did that was abstracted of tomatoes in plastic. So it was I thought it was, I don't know. I learned from it, put it that way. It was pretty close to the original too. I had trouble at times telling the images apart on my computer. Yeah, I meant to show that to my husband, the Banksy one. That was pretty. Can you imagine just waking up one morning and your garage or whatever is now important work of art. This brush is driving me crazy. It's too small to do this. Has anyone tried the trick of putting your brush in boiling water? If it's a synthetic, to get the curls out of it. I have a bunch of brushes over here in a rubber band. He really is clever, and I have no idea how he gets away with things. Somebody has to know. I mean, he's got to have people around him that are part of it, you know? You know, like people keep him watch, or like... I don't know if I could keep the secret if it was me. It would be really hard. Okay. I'm gonna have to... I'm getting too far off the track. I love just the brush strokes. I wish I could do this and have it closer to it and just keep just making brush strokes. See, now what the heck is that? Because that's that. That needs to be up there. Yeah, the girl with the balloon when he did that was, I was gonna say that too. That was just, I mean, the whole room of people were just completely, yeah, that was awesome. Now see how somebody had to have had that button, and so they had to have known what was going on. And I don't think he would risk being in a public place like that, being the person with the button in case somebody saw him push it. I need to get a poster or something of a Banksy for in here. I need to get out my art posters, period. I do have several pieces that I need to varnish, and so I'm thinking tomorrow of doing a live, just a live studio thing, and varnishing pieces. I love watching people varnish. There's the paint, just the watching the colors pop that have been sunken. Oh, don't you love it when you go around and then it matches up? I love that it just did that. Shows I'm not too far off. And there'll be a swoop there. Swoop. Sorry, I had to. Then there's a there. But I also need to start some of my own. I've gotten behind on that. I've got too many things I want to do. I did do a video yesterday about my transcend brushes. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, they had to have been watching live on the Banksy. But then, but, but, he had to have, I don't know. It's just, it's curious. Curiouser and curiouser. The whole thing is just very cool mystery. Very intriguing. I would love to be in art school right now and have these contemporary artists like that to study. Wouldn't that be fun? Again, there will not be a Thursday pastel this week. My husband has a appointment that he needs me to go to him with, or go with him to. I know I shouldn't say that. We're going to be gone that day on the internet, but we have so many neighbors that are nosy. I'm not too worried about it. Nosy in a good way, mind you. We are just coming up on an hour of working on this. I'm still blocking in areas. There are there is a lot more work to do. I was just getting some Viridian out, but I think I've already got some over here. Because I don't have this down here done. I got that. Swoop. And then a swoop there. Again, I'm just blocking these in. So these will be altered. To meet that Viridian is very transparent. Normally you would think you would go for the flowers in detail, and or logically you would think. But these leaves are so tangled, I guess is the right word. I wonder why he did oleander. if it was the color or if there was a meaning behind it for him. I need a little red. Little dabble, do you? I tend to ramble, so please forgive me. I can always play the music instead of putting you through. Heading out to lunch. Thank you. You have a great day, Horizon. That there, that's pretty close. I love that shade of green right there. It looks like that's what's down here. Kind of a bluish, more of a bluish green. Might be too much. There we go. I have to keep reminding myself it is not a copy, because I start wanting to do start wanting to copy and not just do the style of the image. Kind of looks like seaweed, doesn't it? Or what seaweed would look like. Possibly, maybe, could be. Ooh, way too dark. Oh, that's a pretty green. This, I don't know how well you can see it on the reference photo, but this is not a flat color. There are areas of yellow and more bluish. Yeah, I need different glasses. I went and bought me some new readers, and they're just not as efficient as my old ones were. Has anyone else seen the Doctor Who episode where they take Van Gogh to a museum with his work in it? If you haven't, I strongly recommend it. It's that's one of your favorites. Yeah, it's just, I'm not even a Doctor Who watcher, and not because I don't like it. I haven't kept up. Yeah, it's amazing. It's wonderful. What I'm doing to get kind of these wiggly brush strokes is I'm like turning the brush as I pull it down, so the strokes are not fire alarms going off. It is a Monday. Those of you that are regulars know what it is, if you can hear it. We just keep working. It's not it's just an annual test or weekly test they do because they are efficient. Let's see, that's there's even a little blue in there, right there. Sorry if that tapping was loud. I'm gonna have to probably reverse this one, this particular flower, and put it on, put the marks on after. Let's try and at least get this one so it doesn't look like a white blob. It's like a dark green. Anyway, last week's over here, this page is looped over because it's not dry. So I guess what I'm saying is I have to be careful, because if this one's not dry, then how are we going to do next week's? If both of them are still wet. I'm not going to be able to get these exactly. I think I'm telling myself that more than you, just because I'm going to try and get it really close, and it's not necessary on the time usage. It would not be wise use of time. And this brush that I'm using is a Transin, just a round. It's one I've repaired multiple times. Well, I think the last time I fixed it was a good month ago. I have a video up about them because I use this so much. Not just this one, but the other brushes that are involved with it. And if you watch the other video, or if you don't want to watch it and you just want to try the brushes, there's a discount code in the description of the Transin video. It's like 10% off. Or you can go to Amazon and use my affiliate link. There is a list also in this description that lists my favorite supplies, and it's just rare old Amazon affiliate links. It's not, there's no discount codes in it. I think I'm getting off here. Maybe. Because there's that. It's like a puzzle. There's that. Okay. I'm trying to get this color he used over here. Now I can tell from looking at it that I'm doing this backwards. He had the dark areas down first and then laid down the white or light. But I am probably going to go back and forth. I'll lay this down and then I'll put some of the white or light colors on top to help get the edges a little more like his. Also, if you're here and you go to my sprints, there are no sprints this week. That's on my other channel. Because of other events happening. Thursdays I'm sure of. I'm painting over the tomorrow's I'm not, but rather than wait till the last minute. There we go. We're getting the gist of it. florals. We're good, right? We can do this. Just want to say thank you. Haven't painted since January. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you for letting me know that. Because, yeah, it's hard to get started again once you stop. Wow. Can I ask what the painting is, or is it an abstract, or? I thought, I don't do commissions anymore. I found them just too emotionally taxing, and I thought it was just a me thing. But I caught an artist on TikTok that is on the spectrum, and he was having the same issue and explained it, why it's an issue. So I guess it makes me feel better about it. Oh, wow, tall as you. 49, 48 by 90. Wow. In 2020 was a rough year to be in my brain, to start something that large. So kudos to you for getting in there. I had, the last commission I did was a wonderful, for a wonderful guy, local, that, I mean, he was like the ideal person to do a commission for. He really was. And it still was just like, it was like pulling teeth. And I didn't understand why. Because I used to do commissions, but they, I was into it. I'm just not into it anymore. Which is kind of sad, because you can make decent money if you're a good living. not that money's everything. I'm just, yeah. My grandkids are getting older and they're starting to realize Grandma doesn't have a regular job. Like other people. I wish a couple of my friends were still around and that they've passed away, local, that well, I guess I still have one. So I could say, you know, they could see Grandma's not so strange. Not that they think I'm strange. I just, yeah. Well, maybe they do. Considering, I mean, yeah. But they were like, well, what do you do? I paint. No, like, what do you do, like, every day? I paint. Finally, my oldest granddaughter was like, that's cool. But I don't think the younger ones really grasp it. I'm losing track here. Of where the leaves. Yeah, there was a video somebody did on TikTok about how it was being weird when you're young is a good thing because when you get older, and I like sent it to all my grandkids because it was, I wish I could remember who it was. I am getting off whack. On these. Because there's that. Oops, that doesn't go that way. Well, and the granddaughter that seemed like she understood is the one that came in and like she'll say, man, you have the coolest stuff. It's like right now she's into vintage cameras. Well, one of the grandsons is into vintage typewriters. So they're usually pretty easy to find when they come over. That one goes down. That one doesn't go that far down. Grandkids are awesome. If they ever see this video, I hope they know how cool they are. Because they're very cool. First words out of their mouth was, "Do you want to go to the bookstore?" Okay. Whoops, that's a little sharp. Okay, and this one doesn't belong there. I'll just add some yellow to it and a little white because it's not very opaque. I have to be careful about adding too much white to this one so that I can turn the page in case the last week's isn't dry by next week, because it's pretty heavy in the white. I'm just kind of blocking this in right now before anybody says anything. I have come to really like cobalt blue. I usually use ultramarine, but there's just something very pleasing about cobalt blue. Just, yeah. Have you tried the water-soluble oils? I haven't tried them for a long time, so I don't know if they're still, you know, I'm sure the formula's changed. These need to go up. They need to go like up here. And this needs to go up. I haven't, like I said, I haven't tried them for years. I tried them when they first came out, and I don't know. Yeah, maybe I need to try some out for like a video. Because it used to be you could use them with regular oils too. I don't know if it's still that way. I talked to a company that makes natural earth pigment paints, and to be perfectly transparent, I need to get more followers for them to get involved. So, and I understand that. They liked the work and the videos and yada yada, but there just was not enough followers yet. I have been focusing on hours, so I don't feel too bad about it. This one might take me a while. Not by choice, but yeah, I think there was only one brand when I first tried them, and I can't even remember what brand they were. I can picture the tubes. I'm wanting to say Grumbacher, but I would not swear on it. I know I've had some people say that Grumbacher paints are not as good as they used to be. I don't know if that's true, because I've been using Gamblin for the most part. I didn't put my paints in the freezer either this time. I just put them, I left them here on my desk, on my work table. They seem like they did okay, even though it's been a week. They're not awful. I did add some fresh to some of them, to a lot of them. But there's still a lot of usable paint there. That little leaf needs fixed. This one right here. And there's one here that comes down, and that one goes over. And then that one comes down. Okay. I did watch Frugal Crafter Saturday. If you don't follow her, she is going through a rough time. So go give her some positive vibes. I keep wanting to paint over that tape as if it was and I have a terrible habit of getting paint up into the ferrule, up in the top part of the bristles. So school starts this week here. And in defense of all teachers of first graders that say they need 18 glue sticks, if you've ever seen a 6-year-old with a glue stick, you would know why. So I was looking at grandkids' school supply list, and one of them had 18 glue sticks. And then I got on YouTube, or not YouTube, Yeah, YouTube and TikTok parents are complaining about having to buy so many supplies. And really, as an adult with adult children, the lists are not that different from when my kids were in school. And teachers still had to buy things out of their own pockets. Just saying. Oh, you know, I didn't even see the yellowish in some of these. It's amazing how your eyes adjust to things. You start seeing more color, or mine do anyway. Oops. Guess I haven't done that one yet. I'm adding a little bit of walnut oil to the paint so it will sit on top a little bit more rather than blend in there. And that's because thick over thin. That's tape edge. It makes the color a little bit more intense. It doesn't blend in quite so much with the right there is like the edge of the tape. So this from here over is moot. I'm gonna add a little vermilion in there. Needs a little more chroma. I'm getting ready to do a video on the Munsell color system or color theory. It's on my list. I have notes made. I just need to shoot it and make props. I just need to shoot it, film it, write it, do it. It's on my list of to-dos. Which, if you know me, could mean it could come out tomorrow, or it could come out 6 months from now. But just saying the word chroma reminded me of it. And I'm not doing it for purely unselfish reasons. I need to learn more about it. Because I did not, I haven't had any training in it. I'm gonna have to live to be a couple of 100 years old to do everything I want to do. This is really a lot of fun making these marks that just are swoopy. Okay, that one doesn't belong there. Swoopy, that's a technical term. Again, this is not a copy, it's a study. So my point is to study the colors that he used and the brush strokes, but not necessarily replicate them exactly. It is more about learning from it, seeing what is going on in here. That makes their work unique. You know, I have never tried the boiling water on synthetic brushes trick. I'm planning on doing that with these ones just to see if it actually works. I saw, God, I wish I could remember names. I saw someone do it the other day and it didn't work for them. But there's a couple of things I want to try that they didn't do. So we'll see. Should I record it so that you all can see it too? Or should I just do it and say, yeah, that worked? I'm studying what I have here just to see. I think I need to do some of this out here. I'm using cad yellow mixed with vermilion. And a little white. Just want to bring out some of this. Some lavender in here too. That's interesting. I didn't see that when I first look at it. I don't see the lavender. It is there. Just a random thought. I really love crickets. The sound of them remind me of childhood. Playing outside till the street lights came on. Going on the roof of the Catholic church beside our house, or across from our house, to get baseballs off the top, and then getting in trouble. But our baseballs were up there. At least that was the excuse. Actually, it was just kind of adventure. We didn't hurt anything. We just would go up there and kind of enjoy the view. Get whatever baseball we hit up there. Getting a little alizarin crimson in there. Some of these darker areas. If anybody's tried the boiled water technique on their brushes, synthetic brushes, let me know if it worked or not. I'm curious. I could just go in there and do it. I like to hear your experience too. I had a poll up about drawing, and if it was, you felt it was important or not to have drawing skills. But if you look what I'm doing right now, essentially drawing with a paintbrush. I feel like it is anyway. I saw a video where somebody was talking about how drawing skills just were not that important, and you don't have to be able to know how to draw to. Well, you don't have to know how to do surgery either to do an operation, but that doesn't mean it won't turn out a whole heck of a lot better. If you've taken the time. These spots on here where I was putting white is actually kind of yellow, except for in this one right here. Yellow, mellow yellow. I'm sure this reproduction that I'm using as a reference does not do the original justice. You know, I don't know that I've ever seen a Van Gogh in person. I think if I did, I'd remember it. They called it mellow yellow. I'm just leaning back, giving my back a break. I've been sitting here for 2 hours. I'm going to take a break and be right back. I'm going to make myself get up, go to the restroom, things like that. I've gotten to that point to where I'm not really sure what else needs done. I don't want to stop painting, but I think realistically I've reached the end. It's not, here, let me put the reference image back up. So if nothing else, I can see them side by side. Wrong one. There we go. I know the reference image is a little bit darker, or it shows up darker on the doohickey. Doohickey, my bob. Well, let me just say, I have a materials list on my website. Those are the materials that I use. There are some I would love to use, but they just are not in my budget. So if you use something that is more expensive than what I have listed on my list, and you think it's great, by all means, feel free to give it a shout out. I use a lot of Gambling because it's budget friendly, and it's I like the results I get with the paint, and it's available. I can it fits my budget. So if you know of a brand of something that's awesome, I've been contacting companies, and one commented that they didn't see their brand on my list. And they're right, I don't, because it didn't feel like it would be honest. Because I can't afford to invest in a full set to give a thorough review as much as I'd like to. I have a few tubes of this and that, but some I can't. I have a budget. I'm just a poor YouTuber. Taking my gloves off because I want to take the tape off so I can get a clear view of what this looks like. I paused there for a moment just so I could look. I love pulling this off. Oh man, it's taking some of the... We'll pretend like we didn't see that. It tore some of the paper up here, which often happens if I do this. If I put the tape on the night before, it's like the glue really sticks on the tape, and it doesn't like to be pulled off as much as I love this paper. Ooh, got through there some. I'm looking at the, I can't help but look at the comparison. I wish I had gotten the lavender of the counter, of the shelf, or whatever it's on, table, whatever it's sitting, yeah, whatever it's sitting on, with that yellow of the book that's sitting there. I don't think I'm done. I think I'm going to ponder a little bit. Speaking of materials that I can afford, I put a video up yesterday of transin brushes, which are really inexpensive. And there's a link in there for a 10% off, which is what this is a transin brush. It looks rough right now, but it'll come to. I'm getting some paper towels because the one I had was dirty. I can see some things that would help it. Like I said, this is not a copy, it's a study. So, you know, there's going to be areas that are going to be a little different. A little, the colors might be a little, but you can see I got the left center, I guess that's the best way to call it. I would have done the entire thing had I have had room for it, but anyway, if you're looking for budget paints, I'm not sponsored by Gamblin or anything of that nature, but like I said, I know that I know I can go to, I'm in like middle of nowhere. I know I can go to like a Michael's if I go to Wichita or Kansas City. Well, that looks better. And I can get some. And I know what I'm getting. I can't see the colors accurately if I have to order online. Am I whining? No, I like Gamblin. I don't know, maybe I need to change my mindset. What do you think? Well, everybody left. Everybody left. I'll take that off. Let me get a little, There's a little bit here and there that, see, there's a blue. It's right in here. I missed that. I missed that entirely. I guess it's not necessarily blue, but it's pale green. That's a little darker in there. I'm going to sit here and pick at this for a little while. Because for me, that's part of the fun. Just doing those little things. This definitely makes me want to get out my, when I have in mind to set up next. If you're watching this on the replay, let me know what you're working on. Whether you're just stopping by or if you Poncho's barking in his sleep. Oops. Poncho is the studio guard dog. He'd probably lick you to death or I think I need to fix that. And even if everybody leaves and I'm the only one here, I need to fix that. got a little bit up there. Maybe I took the tape off too early. I'm just touching up here and there, getting some of these darker lines put in. I've already pulled up the tape around the edges, so I can't get too wild. I'm using a little bit of walnut oil to make my paint more fluid. And also it does the fat overlaying job. That we wanted to. This is very, very different than some of the Renaissance portraits and things I was doing last quarter. So this quarter I'm doing Master Studies on Monday of still lifes. I'm looking. Here we go. Let's see. And I'm finding it really useful. It's interesting. Some of the for the life of me, I can't remember who's next week. Let me look, and I can tell you. Whoops. Pulled up Substack instead of YouTube. Next week is... That's not helping. I'd like for you to know who's next on the... It's not... Let me look on here. Computer. I was trying to do it on my phone. Next week is Philip Guston. That's going to be a fun one. I'm doing a cherries in a bowl, and it's very like graphic looking. It's not it has very solid areas of color without blending. So that'll be fun. That'll be something different. dipped my paintbrush in the wrong one. This one looks more yellow to me than, yeah, that's better. That's better. There's some in here that are like that too. It is 3 o'clock my time, FYI. So my only goal was to be done with this by 5 because Christine Snaps, I don't know if you know who she is, one of my favorite YouTubers. She's going to be going, she has a premiere at 5, and she's just one of those that's, if nothing else, she's good for my mental health. She always makes me smile. And she's one of those that's just herself. So let's see. Trying to get, I think I need to quit. What do you think? He has a lot of areas where he just kind of, it looks like he just used whatever was on his brush. He probably thought it out more than that in his defense. But some of the colors are very mixed together. Okay, I think I need to quit because I'm gonna keep just picking at this until I ruin it. Not that it's amazing or anything at the moment, but it serves its purpose. I'm checking all these leaves because they're so woven into each other. It's a little like a puzzle. Oh, thank you. Somebody in chat, I don't know if you can see it, commented about the leaves looking good. They're a challenge. I'm wondering on some of this if I got it dark enough. if I should, dare I say, use black. I think he did on parts of it. So let me, because some of those lines on the leaves are not dark enough. I know I could do the old blue and burnt umber. Let's just, I can always take it off if it doesn't work. I think that helps. It's not really in your face, but some of these browns I don't have dark enough, so that helps. I don't know that I'm going to do it to all of it. But some of these definite dark lines. Yeah. Yippers. Right here. Helps bring out some of the color too. And that's more rounded. You might be able to hear vehicles outside. It's just that time of day. People are getting off work. I think that helped it. That helped it. Yay! Let's do this a little bit. Some of these under leaves. School has not started here yet. It starts, I think it starts this week. But Not quite yet. I think that does better. That did it better. Yay. And this brush I'm currently using is just a very inexpensive. Okay. I usually have to have somebody tell me to put my brush down. Not literally, but it's hard for me to put my brush down. I'm going to keep messing with things. Kind of looks like Medusa, doesn't it? Okay. Ooh. Oops. One of my hairs. Okay. I think that's not bad. Okay. I need to quit picking at it. Put my brush down. Okay. Oh, man. Do a little more here, a little more there. Again, this is not a copy, it's a study. I'm saying that more for myself at this moment, because I will sit here and pick at it. Okay, Vincent, what do you think for a study? oops, I capitalized the V. Study of detail, oleander, oil on gesso paper. Today's the 11th, August 8, 11, 25. Live YouTube demo. Okay. Okie dokie. I'm going to try and cover that up with some paint. I don't know how well that's going to work, but let's see if we can. See if we can do it anyway. Oh, you did it pretty well. I'm not putting it on too thick, and it's just I think that's probably going to have to be all I can do. Okay. I think we are done for the day. Clean up all my icky towels. First I need to get a photo and all for thumbnail and all that good stuff. I will put a time lapse up like I have been the others. If you're more interested in a time lapse, there is a folder that contains a playlist that has nothing but time lapses. All right. Thank you for being here, y'all. I appreciate it. You all rock. It's great when you all are here and show up, and I am forever grateful. You all have a wonderful evening. Take care. Be safe. And I will catch you soon. Just a reminder, next week is Philip Guston. So just